Hey. Well, here we are again in our wonderful world. So there are no viewers. Oh man. I grabbed food right before this because I figured I'd just like bum around for like 5 minutes before anyone showed up, but damn. I have a lemonade and I have some chicken and guacamole. A classic dish. Thank you for coming to the stream. Yeah. And I gotta move this thing over here. It's not good lemonade. It has there's no sugar in it. Like weird chemical romance lemonade. So I haven't done this like this. I've done like let's stream the screen and read cartoons and stuff. Like none of this like try and be a real life real boy. Do you really want that, or is that gonna be? Will that be a menace? Like half mukbang thing. For the VODs. Do it for the gram. Yeah. Oh, we got this comic book. Oh, I've been making this comic book. Well, can you hear me? I'm over here. You can hear me pretty well, I think. You can also make it louder. Yeah. All right. I guess that's true. You never quite know who's gonna watch this later and be like, "Oh yeah, that's what I always wanted." A guy to chew into this microphone. Chew this guacamole. Whoa. Alright, so we're gonna make a comic book in the old traditional way. With this, a nib pen. It's a little metal thing that holds ink. And a honest to goodness watercolor brush. That's the plan. That's the whole plan. Well, first thing we do, we'll take our ink, find a spot on our spot for ink. Yeah, oh no. This was not my goal. This just was timed badly. Oh no. Yeah. So we lay out some ink to the nice ink well. Then we pick a different page that needs more brush work than this, because this is, you can see it's more detail. It lacks detail. The brush is much more for broader strokes, like the outlines of stuff, people's hair and things. Work on this page. Yeah, let's work on this page. It's fine. Don't work on this. This panel got half erased, but that's fine. Alright. We take the brush and we sharpen the brush. Oh, what a sharpened brush we have today. Just go over the parts that have pencil on them, and then do that until the whole thing is ink, and you can just erase the little bits of pencils that are left. There's not a lot to it. I gotta make a phone thing. Oh, give us a shot. Gotta tell people on the whatever crap I do that they can come watch me draw and paint. What a world we live in. Also, there's a fuck ton of spiders in here. I look like the penguin. Oh no. No one liked the penguin. Wasn't cool. Fuck. Shit. Oh yeah. Yeah, there we go. That's what it is. I forget I do this, and then I treat it like a cigar. It's not. It's just like a brush. I'm trying to not put ink on everything. Well, one last thing. Burgers murder that gets me. Oh boy. What a trip, dude. Alright. The one thing we need to do is make sure the ink does not dry in the brush, because then we are up a brushed creek and it's bad. So a lot of these characters are very dark hair, because I like just filling in pages with black. So this kid's got black hair, she's got black hair. So we're just gonna ink some hair for a while. Some nice big broad blacks. The funny thing about art streams is I feel like I watch other people do them, and I have such confidence. Like I feel like they would know what they're doing. I feel like I should move this microphone closer, so that's what I'm doing. Alright, you ready? It's gonna be clunky. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh, baby. Cool. Alright. Then the shot by a lot, by a little. Oh, it's still clunky. Yeah. There we go. Alright, turn the gain down a bit. Hey everybody, how you doing? Alright, there we go. If it's still bad, then just tell me, and we'll see how that goes. Alright, so do this nice feathered edge as long as we keep the ink in the brush from drying too fast. Alright, now we can do the ink in the brush. I think that's good. A little bit high. Maybe. Oh, maybe. Alright. We'll see how this goes. The worst is when you're like, all right, time to test the gain. Let's be louder than we normally are. It just happened. It's got like hair that I'm trying to like a lighting spiky. One thing I can't like glue the paper in place because then you're always fighting your own. Times back and did I put that guy's hair going over here? Times there are gonna be a lot of times, and I'll be frank, it's gonna be most of the time. I'm gonna have to go over something with white out and up or up. I just want to be an eccentric Bob Ross. Yeah, Bob Ross with Popeye. Oh, I should have taken ASMR. Oh. It's 50% down. We're 50% there. Thing we should do. When I committed to it, now I'm here. Cartoon show. It is the secret black magic buddy who animation. Oh, I don't know who that is. Huh? Hello. I don't know what that says. Uh, I got nothing, dude. I don't know what that means. So, trick to doing good brush lines is the thing I can't do. Won't do. Quickly, confident. I do neither. Won't. That Google. I know Google Translation. You want me? I can. You want me to run these through Google Translate right now? I can try. Fire up the web browser. Oh, they're online. Oh yeah, they are. Oh, I should do something about it. How did I not? How did that not occur to me? To put a link to like the other cartoons made. Hold on. I gotta do everything so fast. No, I don't. Yeah. So this is the second issue of a thing I've been working on. Here's the first issue. Yeah. So if you want to poke through that, you can learn who some of these people are. You can just look at an airplane I made. Hey. For you. Very good. I'm trying to run to Google Translate with one hand and this brush full of ink I can't put down. Oh, what a world we live. One thing I always was told, and I do see, and I do think of comic book artists old enough relax. Look at like be like him, and then the moment you're there with your brush full of ink and well, I can't do that. I would spread ink all over my beautiful worthless. Wait, and once the ink is there, oh yeah. I don't have the confidence to color these things. I feel like I'm spending some time kind of black and white thing going on. Yeah, color some. I always liked that they redid all those Scott Pilgrims in color. I'm like, this is good. You made this book better by doing this. That little arm that line that implies his arm like a tangent. I figured it out. Why are my drinks so muddy? What? Madness. Oh god. All right. So here is where we play the dangerous game because on the left is the lemonade and the water. And on the right, we have the ink wash and his friends, also ink wash and whiteout wash. So, if we drink from the left, we have a nice productive stream. If we drink from the right, we die. The threat is real. Worry about ink drying. Chunkier. Like a proper cleaning is just. How often do you draw on a page? I try and draw on a page every day. You mean like how long does it take to make a page? Um, Depends a lot on what it is. Early, I'm trying to draw every day. I feel like that got translated. Try and draw a lot. Trick is your hand really only wants to go in one way. It wants to make this kind of arc. Kind of want to do this. Doing a like arc is harder because then it's all your like shoulder and elbow. Doing this, it's just elbow and wrist. Harder. So that's why I keep flipping this thing around. So I only ever have to make this kind of clockwise arc. I guess that's a bad example. But like that shape arc. Right hand. Spinning this thing around, so I only have to do that. See, I want to do his ear right here. Ear is shaped like this. My hand would have to go. Not as good. Flip this whole thing around. I only have to go. Oh, that's a little. Do this up. Then I'm gonna do his ear. Hair again. Brush gets a little bit stiff. Hair because it's demanding. Hair is much more black into it. More. Careful. Locks. mess this up entirely and have to pour a bunch of white out on. Oh no. Oh, I'm getting gated. Yeah. Oh no, what does this mean? Batman. I know Batman storyboard, and then I see the rest of this. Very impressive. I feel immersive. Oh, that's pretty good. I feel like Batman's just always fun to draw. Like it's very there's like a cathartic nature to just drawing Batman. So those are all like class projects. Hey, here's a script for a Batman. Try and learn how to do a storyboard. Practice by doing Batman. Actually, each time they're like, "Do you want to do this other thing, or do you want to do Batman?" I always go, "Who do you think I am? What fool do you think I am to not always pick Batman?" Alright, so I look at his hair here, and these spikes are kind of going with the flow as if they're with his hair. But alright, pull this up. Is it easier to see? Alright, so these spikes are going with his hair. I've flipped the microphone. Hold on, I'm sorry. So these spikes are kind of going with the flow. This one falling short. So we're gonna try and see if we can fix that through adding, and then if we can't, then we'll fix it through whiteout and then trying again. Give it a bit more mask. There really are no rules with this hair. Now it's looking better, but this one's standing out a little bit more on the left, is being a bit too straight. There we go. Alright. So, got a bit of his hair going. I gotta not screw this up. Hey! Oh man, I got a follower. Do you want... What do you want me to draw? I'll make you a quick drawing if you want. So the upper lip of the mouth is often a little bit darker because it overhangs. And also there's a little bit of color to it. But I just paint everyone's upper lip as black, like old Kim Possible, I guess. That wasn't the goal when I did it, but it's a thing I've noticed since then. Yeah, if you want me, if you follow, I will draw a quick thing for you, just for fun. If you want, I don't know. I thought it was fun. That's what other art people are doing. They're like, if you subscribe to my channel, that will draw you a singular hand, giving me the finger. I'm like, no. Alright, so her hair here is a bit tricky. Because usually I'm just painting her hair completely black and not giving any thought to how each, like, dreadlock thing actually moves. There's no thought over here. It's just like, color the whole thing black. But this is the one spot where I want to actually try and explain how her hair works a little bit, because her hair is very funny. Because it's like dreadlocks, but it's also tied in a funny way, where it's like all behind her head except for 3 that are coming out over her head, and it's a bit weird. I did not realize that I put the entire microphone in front of the face cam when I moved it. God damn it. Hold on. Alright. And I will translate and draw whatever that thing is. Give me a second. Alright. I'll take a bite of this. I'm gonna put this on the ground. Alright, so there's a better chance I will hit this with my knee. But now it's out of the way and you can actually see my stupid head while I do all this. Alright. Let's figure out what this means. Wow. Oh. Thank you. I'm serious. Dangan Shenjin. That is your name? I'll draw a thing if you want. You just gotta chat. I'll do that. Load up the brush again. Oh, that's the thing. Awesome and also Chinese. Oh no. I'm glad you enjoyed this. I need to not draw on that one because I need to redraw this panel. I need to not ink this bottom right panel because I was looking at. I don't like it. It's supposed to be a profile of somebody's face, but the eye was wrong and their whole head's wrong shape. So we're just gonna do the rest of this page. That guy later. Not actually being very bold because it's only just here, but putting some black on the better. Last comic. There's and black on the coward. 6 months ago, coward. It was madness. Alright, so we're upside down. There's unfortunately a good amount of drawing upside down. Because it's just trying to get your hands out of the ink. So you're not putting your heel or your palm in the ink. But unfortunately, that invariably will happen. It is unavoidable. Damn it. Yeah, that's a Russian speaking wizard. Maybe I should have put this microphone above me and not at desk level like an idiot. Oh, I should have known. Tomorrow will be better. Maybe I'll do this tomorrow. I said I was gonna do this every weekday. Well, here we are. I said I was gonna do this every weekday, but like the first day of January is a Friday. So I was like, alright, do I do one day and then just take that off? Do I cheat it and just go for more on the first try? Just be like, alright, yeah, just keep doing this. And I think maybe the answer is always just do more. So maybe that's what we'll do. Right now I did not actually draw a lot of this, but I'm trying to think of how the back of her head should go. And I feel like it needed a little bit more than I had actually planned there. And get that going, right? Time to translate the Asian version. I mean, I can just run it through Google Translate. It'd probably just come out real weird. I honestly did not anticipate many people of just like not in the US trying to read that thing, so I must apologize. We translated it into nothing. The irony is that if I ever put it into Russian, it doesn't make any sense. He's like a Russian wizard. Everyone else is speaking Russian. What's he gonna speak? I can't even like cheat it because this character is kind of hard to see. He's over here. There's another character who's supposed to be like Ukrainian, so I can't even be like, oh, it's a different European bloc. I'll be like, no, it's bad. We're screwed. Yeah, it'll be fine. That is a problem of success that I'm not concerned about. How do I get this to work in other languages? Because too many people want to read it in a different language. That'll be fine. It's all fine, man. Part of the plan, man. Part of the plan. Yeah, I always heard that if you want to be good at, well, if you want to be successful, you can't really be good. Being good is like have a good microphone and have a decent camera and try not to get banned. But like, if you want to be successful, the real trick is you just do it every day at very predictable hours. And if there was ever a time to stay home and do a thing for very predictable hours with nothing else going on, it was 6 months ago, but we're trying it now. Like we lacked some infrastructure before then. Maybe not. Maybe it just didn't occur to me. Maybe we lacked the wherewithal to be like, no, let's do a thing. Let's do a thing because things really aren't gonna get better. I don't know. Not get better for a long time. American So here's another trick of the brush. Sometimes where you start is where you get your better point on your feathering strokes. I gotta flip this upside down to stroke upward, so I get nicer feathered strokes on his hair. And if we were just going straight down. Alright, so his hair is getting kind of uneven over there. Yeah, you can see it's not working out well. Try and even out this one big lock. Try and even out some of these lighted spikes. Get more of a curved nature, like a big tuft of hair coming out of your head, going forward towards the camera. But I don't really know if that's working. Feel like it's not working. Oh no. There you go. Remember, you gotta be bold. You also gotta not be completely even with your hair or it'll look wrong. So another thing I'm screwing up right now. Alright, this is the one. Can just cut it and really get in there, give him some real meat and potatoes. Try and really darken up what's happening. Alright, I don't know if that's good, but it's good enough for me to not worry about it for the next 5 seconds until I touch it again. Let's try and what are we doing here? Where do we think that should go? Where would that even go? Another thing to keep in mind that when you're doing these, one thing that helps you, having multiple pages to work on at once. Kind of jump around when too much of the ink is wet, or you don't quite know what you're doing, or you're losing your sight. Say that like you're going blind. Hey, bullseye with 2 S's. How you doing? Welcome to the art stream, where we do the art today. That's the wrong way. Hey. There we go. It's me. I'm in the corner. I can't get out of here. This is like genuine mime jokes now, Jesus. That's where we've gone to. That's how far we've fallen. Welcome to America, the land of I don't know what to do. I'm a mime now. Oh, this is the moment where he's like coming out of the machine, he's all scruffy. So usually his hair is pretty in these big kind of locks that I've been doing. Right now. Oh, we're touching it again. Oh, no, I didn't like it. All right. Normally his hair is in these big locks, but right now he's actually kind of scruffy, so we gotta draw a couple frayed bits. Oh, that just looks terrible. Sometimes things just look terrible and you kind of gotta live with them until you go, did finishing this up make this acceptable, or just point out how bad it really was? And sometimes you gotta go back and fix it. How long have you been working on this? Oh god. On this page? When did I start working on this? So I started working on this whole comic, I guess, what was it? I guess March, yeah, it was like right away. Here, if you want to read the last issue, which this will hopefully look much better than. There you go. So this whole page, I don't know, maybe a couple, maybe like 2 days to draw it, maybe 3 if I was actually like days worth of work actually doing this. But there's a lot of jumping around. There's a lot of, I'll draw the center panel, that seems good, or what if I rethink this bit? If you look closely, you can see some erase marks on this top left panel showing like, oh, I kind of had to rethink this thing over and over again. Let's finish some of this here. Normally these characters are very thought out hair that I don't screw with a lot. The real trick is that I'm not actually very good at drawing hair, and so I've given everybody kind of cartoon immovable hair. But you know, when it's for a scene and it feels like, well, he just got pulled out of this machine. Hey, Bullseye. If you follow, I'll draw you a quick thing if you want. So just tell me what you want me to draw as a thing and I'll make you a doodle. Maybe I should put that on like not a sticky note on the desk, and so people actually look at that. But you know, it's all a ruse, man. So this is like a post-apocalypse comic I've made. That's got a big old airplane in it because I thought that'd be cool. And I read these books that I really liked, but I knew the whole time that they were kind of bad. So it was this like, how would I fix this? How would I make a good version of this thing I like that is a solid like D+? What does the A+ version of this look like? And that's how I got here. It does, the resemblance I feel like is pretty minimal in actuality, but you know, that was the jumping off point. What's that above what you're working on? Oh, this thing? There are a bunch of other pages. There are a bunch of other pages we're gonna play with for a while. Other than that, we got cups of water to wash out ink with, 2 little bottles of ink, a nib pen, a metal tray for putting ink in, and then there's some like trading cards of just like art I taped to the table because I like looking at them when I'm like, oh, I need to think of a thing. What would Frank Frazetta do? Oh, here's his trading cards. Yeah, but Bullseye, if you want me to draw you a like a doodly thing, I can. Yeah. So we're just finishing up this kid's hair. Kid's got black hair, but it's like shiny because he's a greasy little boy in the wasteland. So it's got a bunch of glare on it. I'm very particular with anime. I feel like I like a good amount of things, but I also give a lot of tries to stuff I just did not dig. But yeah, sure. I like anime. I like all the Ghibli stuff, but that feels like that's a cop-out answer. Everybody's like, it's like, do you like animation? It's like, well, I watched Disney cartoons when I was a kid. It's like, that's not a no, but that feels like it's a given. Give me a better answer. I say that. I'm like, oh yeah, I like the Ghibli stuff, and then I forget I have a Nausicaa poster over here. So like, yeah, let's go with yeah. Alright, so we did the kid's hair. Did some of it up here that I might want to go over with whiteout. I can also, if you want me to draw a thing I don't actually know, I can also just look it up and draw you a thing. It will be very fast and doodly. It's not a lot of time to do a thing. I should probably make it more. Ugh. Alright, well, this needs more brush work. But the brush is very, very intensive to your mental faculties. So we're gonna do something much more mindless. Also, another thing about using that watercolor brush is that you're constantly worrying about ink drying in your brush, and then the brush is useless because the brush is like all glued together essentially with ink. But when you use the nib pen, oh no, every nib is destroyed. What will I do? Ah! You can rip it out like a little heart. You know how you classically rip out a heart like Baron Harkonnen. That's what you do. You can replace the nibs. The nibs are cheap, and you don't worry about them drying or getting ruined. You're just like, oh well, c'est la vie. So I'm gonna work on a page that needs nib painting or nib work more than brush work. And it is this page with this intense high detail like cockpit looking thing. I thought that'd be cool. This kid's a little bit out of perspective, but he's not unless I tell you and then you think about it. Dang. Hold on. This cockpit took a while. It's just a lot of like doing fiddly details. Another thing I will tell you that people don't like to tell people because it makes them look bad, and it always looks bad. Oh hell, I have to fix her nose. I forgot I wrote that on there. Fix nose. Oh no. Is a lot of the time to do something weird like this. This is like a concave situation. So you're like a little pilot, and then you're looking out of the. Hold on. What a fool I've been. So you're a little pilot sitting in your little chair. Got your little legs. Got my big old eyeballs. And to get this kind of concave cockpit that you have to sit in, there's a lot of perspective going wrong. And also, all these windows need to be in perspective. Should I make this camera closer? What do you think? Is that worth doing? I feel like I'm showing you stuff and it's like zoomed out so much it's hard to tell. Let's try that for a little bit. Is that okay with everybody? Alright, you ready? Close your eyes. Whoa. Oh. I'm gonna try a little bit bigger then. Alright, so when you have this whole thing and you have square windows, window, the idea of trying to get the perspective perfectly on this by just freewheeling it, you're screwed. Perspective, the way we know how to do like good perspective on buildings and man-made stuff is because most man-made stuff is either straight lines, boxes, can be broken down easily into boxes, or a sphere. And we're not even really good at doing spheres. So something like doing a thing that is mechanical, this airplane cockpit is made by man, but it's a very funky, almost mix of organic and inorganic shapes, because you have the square windows but you have the round nose. I mean, that's good. What I'm trying to say is the first thing I did is talking for so long as to why I did this and not actually what I did, is you take a reference photo and then you lightbox it so you get the perspective right on all the windows and all the seats, so that you know that for once you don't have to screw that up, and then you can just fill in all the bits and you look at reference photos and you draw out the rest. So I filled in like where the windows go and where the seats are and the shape of this, and I'm like, alright, cool, now I know that I won't screw that up. Now that I know the window will look right and all the seats will look right, let's fill in all the details and put in the characters. Comic book artists don't like to tell you that they do that. There's a program called SketchUp that has a lot of free to use 3D models and things of just stuff, and comic book artists are constantly pulling from that and then tracing and swiping stuff, because you have a deadline, and doing perfect perspective on a boat you're just supposed to make up is like, well, I'm not gonna spend 3 days just trying to get this boat right. This is the devil's question. It's a sneaky secret. Don't talk about it, but also I'm talking about it now, so sometimes you talk about it. So let's do some nib pen on the detail of this cockpit. I can draw on the back of that. Alright, so we take our jar that says full for pen. Take our pen, we dip it in here. Now it is loaded with ink, and we can make a fine scraping sound. We travel across the lines of our cockpit. Trying to see what is a pencil line and not already an ink line. It's a slow, difficult process. Because having done all these details makes it harder. I want all these details. I think they look nice. I already put my finger in ink. That's how that goes. The number one rule you gotta learn as you're inking comics is try not to put your finger in the ink. And the number two rule you have to learn is how to fix it once you inevitably do. That one wasn't bad, but I can show you how to fix it. Humility mode. Whoa! Humility mode. Do you want a 2-minute drawing? 2-minute sketch of a thing? What would you like? Let's see this. Drawing little circles. Happy little circles. Happy little ink. Try and get all the nice little details. The good thing is, they haven't made these planes since 1950. The little guys from Humility trapped behind a moat. Alright, we can do that. I gotta look at both those things, but sure. No problem with this. Drawing stuff up. I also really need to clean this brush. Right behind the moat. Well, moat with the card. These are both reserve list, aren't they? What a fate. Yeah, that's how you say my name. That's how you pronounce it. It's kind of weird. Hold on, I'm gonna eat this thing, so I'm gonna mute for a minute as I figure out how to draw this thing. Alright, so we can... I love that Phil Foglio is just like, alright, I gotta draw some creatures with humility, or creatures that exemplify not having humility, or perhaps somewhere in between. What if I draw a skeleton in a role playing cards? And a dragon doing a jig. Here. These are the cards. Also, I've just now realized that the on-screen chat did not work. And is in fact a colossal failure. Oh no. Hold on. Can we fix this on the fly? Oh. Well, we can do that. That's okay. I lose a little bit. Yeah, we're doing it. I've just shrunken the table size, but yeah, no, this should work. All right. We got two. All right. Feel like we gotta do like, here's Skeleton Man. Alrighty, hold on. First move, Skeleton Man. I hate it. Alright, let's try one more time. Hello, it's me, Philip J. Foglio. Time to just draw whatever I want. Alright, here we go. See, the moat is a problem, because the moat's hard, but, like, it's stuck on the other side of a moat, so you got, like... got some water. Very basic idea of water. And then you got Cards Mackenzie over here. A very funny shaped skull. What is even happening with this guy? Doesn't really have a lower jaw, does he? He's kind of just got a medallion. What the hell? Just hanging out with his little cards. And his feet? What the fuck is this guy? There you go. They're trying to cross the moat. I kind of drew them in the water, so. This is a weird dragon, man. Should have done more with this other hand. Alright, and then a dragon guy. It's just sort of like all gut. What the fuck does this dude even do? What a weird thing! Alright, here's this little pan in the water. And, yeah, I guess. Big old dragon guy. This guy's just gonna look insane. Alright, I'm fixing that. That was one mistake. Got like wingling ears. There you go. There's your humility crossing the moat. I just kind of drew him knee high in water because I couldn't think of a good way to do a moat. I'm sorry. And I'm gonna take another bite of this food, and then I'm gonna start back on this nib drawing. Hey. Sorry about that. About the on-screen chat. Like there's a bunch of things I do that I don't actually like know how to do the right way. I'm just sort of doing a way. Well, we're doing little nib stuff. Getting some of the details on the cockpit. A lot of flipping and spinning. Oh, it's going okay. I always want to give the impression that this airplane's a little bit gross. Yeah, we're doing it. I cheated, Kevin. I told everybody that I cheated and how I made this airplane look so good. I'm a sucker. You're all suckers for believing in me. Take that, society. Whoa. Yeah, we just do nice, gentle nib work. Trying to find all the details that kind of need to be there, and this should be a fun one because once you do all the ink, then you erase the thing. This should be a good one to erase and be like, oh, look at all the cool little ink drawing details that survived. But if you screw it up, if you forget too many things, that's when things go wrong. That's when things look bad. You lose too much of your art and you forgot what you were supposed to be doing. You go, oh no, what a dumbass. We can only time will tell. Only time and the incredible judgment of others. Alright, so I think this is interesting. So, how well does this appear? The way this pen works, shoot it on the back. The way this pen works is it's got a little hole in the middle that holds the ink in it with, like, water tension, surface tension. So once it's empty, that little hole kind of pops like a bubble. And you put it back in the ink, and then you hold it up, and now the little hole's filled with ink again. And there's like a tiny divide going from that hole to the end of the pen, so the water tension will like suck it out as you draw. Or it won't, and the nib will be shit. Shit nib. That's what they used to call me in high school, a shit nib. That's not true, but it sounds like it happened to somebody. Everybody's me, shit nib. I have two voices, and both of them are Beetlejuice. Inside of each of us, there are two Beetlejuices. One, Alex Brightman, the other, Michael Keaton. They are both Beetlejuicing. Hey man, we just don't want to get no shit in our nibbler. It's me, Joey Ramone. Hey Daddy-o, I don't want to get shit in my nibbler. Alright, I'll stop. D.D. Ramone wrote that while he was on the streets. I mean, this is barely multitasking. This is just like talking to nobody. Also, there is a lot of skill to inking, but when you're doing your own drawing, the hard part is inking someone else's stuff. When you're doing something that you made, you get a lot of leeway because things get screwed up and you can rely on like, oh well, what did I want here? Or when you're inking someone else's work, it's a lot harder because you're constantly thinking like, what were they trying to imply by this line? Because a lot of these lines don't really make any sense. Like, they do in cartoon world, but the minute you get rid of your cartoon perceptions, this airplane doesn't look like this. The airplane's all tones. It's all black and white and dark and shadows. There's no lines outlining things. We just perceive that in our sort of way we remember stuff, way we think about things. Is we think about edges and we think about definitions of shape being an outline or a space around the shape. So you think of this little pipe that's going down. The pipe was probably just a dark color and stood out against a lighter background. When you're drawing it, you draw the outline of the pipe because you want to exemplify, hey, I know how you think when you see the outline of a pipe, you recognize, oh, that's a pipe, it's going down. I'm going to draw the outline of a pipe. If you ever actually see that, people do them. It's not even uncommon. Sometimes when you color comics, sometimes they'll overdo it and it'll end up like this. But if you see comics that just like forego their outlines entirely, and I don't mean like a just essentially have outlines anyway. Like you look, but they have an interesting look. They have a kind of, that's how you get the like, oh, why does this look realer even though it's not even a realistic looking style? Is you forego your solid black lines and you just draw stuff with tone. I can show you this if you want like a mini art lesson. I'm not doing anything. So, let's say we're in comic book world. Oh no, here's little Jimmy. He's got his ball. I was like, for a second, I was like, alright, here's little Jimmy. Here he is. Oh, look at him. He's so great. Just for a moment. We'll compare these. Oh, Jimmy. But, he's got his ball. Alright, it's a baseball. Let's draw a baseball on it. Oh, that's so cool. And you look at this, and the iconography of it rigs for itself. Alright, baseball. I know the stitches on a baseball. I know how that looks. But really, that's kind of flat. If you want to draw a better baseball, start with your ball, and then you think about how, well, that's barely any time I ever see a baseball, is it? I realize I have a baseball right here. Very rarely any time I ever see a baseball is it just like perfectly aligned to the stitches, make that kind of concave thing you think of, the thing that I drew. Most of the time, it's a little bit tilted. You can kind of get some funky curve on it. A lot of the time, you'll see it and be like, oh, What the hell is happening here? But if you draw that, it doesn't really look very much like a baseball. It is, and it's reasonable, but it's not what you think of. That's not the icon. But it's got kind of some action to it. And then you're thinking, well, I need to put more juice in this baseball. I need to make it fit in the world. Let's add some shading to it. Let's try and give it some life to this world. So you take the part that should be in shadow or like facing away from the light. The sun's up here because it's a fun Sunday. Ooh, it's me, the sun. Oh, I'm the lovable sun. Oh boy. And so sun's sitting at the top. You get the top here. Then you take your pencil and you scratch out the black on the bottom. You give it a nice big shadow. You give it some sort of hatching. You can do a little bit of cross hatching, implies some even more kind of darkness. So you imply that the top of the ball's light and the bottom of the ball's dark. But you still have this line going over the top. It's a line that says, hey, this is a ball. When you look at this ball in the real world, the lighting is fighting me. But if you look at this ball in the real world, look at the top half of the ball, top left half of the ball, like this part. Whoa, Crimson Chris. Oh, Crimson Chris, if you want a 2-minute drawing, I will do that. I realize that's getting more and more out of frame. Alright. A mini art lesson that goes way too long. But if you look at the top left of the ball, there's no outline there. And in fact, it's kind of a little bit, it's not perfect, but it's almost the same color as the piece of paper on the desk. Really, if you wanted to draw this ball, if you were like trying to make a really realistic looking painting, you're screwed. So if you wanted to draw the ball like that, you'd kind of skip a lot of the outline. And you just do your shadow, and you just do your stitches. What was that? You kind of have your stitches emerging from nowhere. We're going to do loose stitches anyway. You have your stitches emerging from nowhere. You can be bold like this. Have your... just imply that there's this top line of this ball. I didn't do a great job, but if you're following me, you kind of get it. So you get a more realistic looking ball to it. It's a funky maneuver. You can go even more with this. Like, really, this is a very loose drawing if I wanted to... Oh, do I have anything that can do a good tone? Not a... that might take too long to do. Where's that giant pencil? Oh, over here. Sorry. Well, that's just because it's more dynamic, and it's a tiny bit bigger than that, so you're gonna get the feeling. But yeah, I mean that helps. It makes it seem more real. So what was I saying? Oh yeah. So even this isn't brilliant because it still feels like a sketchy pencil. What you'd really want to do, get your part of your outline, get your I'm using this ball as a reference. Get your stitches that I should draw more thoughtfully, but I'm not going to because they're not what's important. And then, instead of even doing like scratchy pencil, you lay in your pencil very dark on the bottom. This is more of a technique than really a thought thing, but right now we're going to do a little bit of technique to exemplify a thought. You lay it in on the bottom. And you Hopefully this is soft enough lead. You bring it up. You can... It is not soft enough lead. Alright. You can kind of softly shade your ball. Give it like an actual look to it. This is not working. I was looking for charcoal. But, c'est la vie. And even there, once the pretext of taking pencil lines that are kind of scratchy to imply a shadow and then actually making them into a tone that much more visually resembles a shadow. Maybe not here in this example, that's not perfect, but you know. You can kind of get closer and closer to implying the ball is there and getting it visually closer. The interesting thing about comic books, yeah, it kind of works. So that's your degrees between icon and semi-illustrator sort of good-looking ball. Not saying it's good, but like, you know, realisticer. So here's your icon. It's full outline, it's just a ball. Here you've got a little bit of thought, but you still have your full outline. You've moved the stitches so it's a little bit more dynamic. Here you're acknowledging that there aren't outlines, the ball just stands out because of color, and then here you're playing with your shadows more and you're rendering so that it actually looks more realistic to the world, because the world doesn't have any hatching. This comic book is entirely between these two first balls. There's a lot. I'd like to think it's closer to this one than this one, but well, you know. So here's where we are. We're not acknowledging that things have different colors, that they have different shapes and they pop out because of color. We're going entirely on the everything as an outline. We're hatching for shadows. We're trying to make things dynamic. We're not entirely in the icon, but we're not really ignoring it either. Like, hold on. So like, this kid is a weird looking kid. He's a real cartoon boy. He is much closer to that first baseball than the second baseball. This lady, she's still pretty cartoony. She's a little bit better proportioned, a little bit closer to the second baseball. And then you get to this cockpit that's like entirely on second baseball. We never really go to third baseball. We never really not outline something because it's an object. We just kind of go with the everything's gonna have an outline. We're going to embrace our cartoony nature. Also, when things aren't in color, it's much harder to that's not true. You look much more skillful when you do the third baseball. They're like, I will acknowledge that things don't always have outlines. Things don't usually have outlines. But that takes a lot of thought and a lot of mastery I don't really have. So I'm just leaning into outline everything, it'll be fine. Alright. What was I doing? Somebody want me to draw something? Yeah, alright, Crimson Chris, if you want to... Yeah, I mean, I really don't. Some people are posting things all the time. Yeah, Chris, what do you want? What you thinking, Chris? Batman. All right, we can do a good Batman. What? Do you care what flavor of Batman? Are you like a Neil Adams like a old 70s Batman, or like a 80s Tim Burton Batman, or like a Batman the Animated Series? What you thinking? Just also pick dealer's choice Batman if you just want a Batman. Alright. I'm gonna eat these carrots. Oh, if I was like an ambitious Jim Lee, I'd just do it in ink, but I'm a coward. That's what I think. I always watch those like Jim Lee art streams, and he's just like, alright, well, now it's time to apply ink directly to the page. I'm like, are you serious? Whoa. What is that, limited narrator? What did that say? Limited narrate. Yeah. Hey, I don't know what that screen name is. Oh, hey, Anna. I gotta draw Batman, but after that I can draw you a quick thing. Alright, what do we do for Batman? We could do like classic TAS Batman. Yeah, he's a son of a bitch. He's just like, alright, for my first move, here we go. Here is the ink. Oh! That is not how Ghibli talks, but this is his first move. He just like goes, alright, it's time to ink. I will take out the whole eyedropper and apply it directly to the page. He's a madman. Alright, I'm gonna try and be ambitious, because I do like drawing Batman. Something like that. Yeah. Like a good square. Do some like Gotham-y looking buildings. Some Art Deco looking babies. A little bit too much. Oh! Alright. You want to listen on tangents? I was at 2 minutes. I for the first like second, I was like, oh, I should time this and do it. And they're like, no, immediately, no, that's a bad idea. Just kind of eyeball 2 minutes. Just draw kind of quick and do whatever you want. Not really how that goes. That's a good look. This will make sense eventually. Do like a good swole neck, kind of hard. Oh no, I forgot I'm not always the best at these things. Oh, I should have just picked his head. Damn it. Alright, well, we can do this. Bruce Timm is rolling in his grave. That like Tim thigh thing. Jesus, how does he flats and straights, man. Alright, there's also a chance I will hate this and I will throw it away. Now Bruce Timm is alive. There's a chance I will throw this away and then go, that was bad, I'll try something. Try a better Batman I know I can do. But first we lead with ambition. Oh, this is like a Rob Liefeld Batman. That's not what I wanted to do. I don't hate Rob Liefeld, but like the dude does do a thing. Some people I think I'm not a Rob Liefeld guy, but like some people I think hate him too much. Also, I'm hating this. Alright, what can we think of that's better? Yes. Alright, if we're giving up on this, this is the Rob Liefeld chest. And hold on. There we go. There we go. Rob Liefeld chest. Pecs. Delts. Alright. I was giving up on that one. Don't think about it. How do you draw Batman? What's a fun Batman? More above his shoulder. That's where his head's going. Also a bit down. His hand's stiff. You will see as I screw these up more and more, the ambition for it shall wane. We will draw a stiffer and stiffer Batman. But till then, try a little bit of dynamicness. Unless we hate this too. God damn it! All right. All right. We can do this. We will make a Batman worth having followed for. I will take a drink of this. All right. We could do like a Sam Keith Batman and just be weird. It's a cool shot. All right. Alright, I'm going to give you what I think is fun, but might be a cop-out Batman. So it's up to you. If you're annoyed, I'll do another one. This will make sense in a minute. Just have to figure out just what to do. Alright, we got this guy over here. Got him. He's hanging out. What was my plan exactly? I had a plan for a second, and then I got here, and I'm like, what was I doing? This guy doesn't even look very good. Alright. The fourth time. This is the one. This is the one. See, the problem is there's such a joy in Batman. I don't want to just be like, oh, here he is. Woo. But, yes, this is how you say Batman. But I also push myself and then try and constantly do things I can't actually figure out. So what's like a fun, just, you know, boulder head, kind of looking down, neck thick as a brick, shoulders, cape over one arm on the other, head too small all of a sudden. I know that's a newer thing with Batman, this kind of weird cut in his cowl, but I quite like it. You use stubble Batman. I feel like that's a new thing that I don't quite always love, but sometimes it works. What happened to his forearm? Jesus. All cape. Of course. Always all cape. It's like dancer's waist. That doesn't really make sense. His hand. If you do it like that, then it's like his hand is pulling up the cape. It makes a little bit more sense because it doesn't really flow like that. Quite a mess for it. Alright, this is not my best work. And I apologize. Some of these aren't gonna be brilliant. But I gotta move on eventually. I can't. Oh man. I hope that was good enough. I don't know, sometimes you can't hit it. You're just like, oh man. Why can't I think of a good Batman pose? Why'd I just draw him standing there? I don't know. Later. I'll draw a better Batman later. We'll draw Batman on this stream. Probably not infrequently. Well, that's good. That's all that matters. I just want people to have fun. I'm not actually the best artist. This is... I say that like, oh yes, of course. I'm not actually brilliantly... I don't know. There's a lot of learning. Let's say that. Anything I say sounded like not humble and shitty. There's a lot of learning here. Like, for instance, what did I just do to this pipe? How does that even make sense? I don't know. Going alright. Alright, so we got this line up here, going around. Ambition is the key, but also ambition that stops you from ever making a Batman. Oh, damn it. I'm gonna lower the... Hello. Hey. Alright, give me a second. Oh, here you go. Boop. This is a indie comic I started at the beginning of the pandemic. And now we're making a second issue, because, pandemic's still going. Oh boy. Alright. Noise gate. Close. Open. Hey. Oh, maybe that's a bit too much. Hold on, I gotta fiddle with this thing. Alright, I think that'll work. And also just turn up the gain a little bit, tiny bit. Alright, there we go. Alright, so this is the last Aviatrix, because I finished it and then I had never picked a name I really liked, so I picked a name that I was okay with. Since then I've been like, oh man, could I rename this? I'm like, no, just don't fight it, it's fine. It's like those band names. Whoa. It's like those band names where you like after 2 albums you're like, oh, we should change the name. It's like, just don't. It doesn't matter. Nobody's ever, like, if you didn't pick anything like terrible, you didn't pick anything that's like immediately like implies the wrong genre or is offensive in some way, then whatever it is fine. I always liked the Foo Fighters as an example, because the Foo Fighters, like, whatever you think about them as a band, the name is kind of funny, because it's like, this is a meaningless name. None of this makes any sense. They never fight any sort of like mystical aliens. It never really comes up. It's just like a thing that sounded neat to somebody. It's kind of how I think of comic book names that aren't just named after the character that they are. This is kind of named after a character, but it's like a title a character has, rather than being like, it's Summer. That's her name. I don't know. You should read that first one. It's not as good as this one, but it's done. I also might go back and try and redo the tones in that one, because I have found a way I like doing them more. I think makes a cooler looking thing. We will see. Everything's fine. It's all fine. How are you? That's good at least. That's the We Bear Bears theme song that I'm humming. God, we're at that point in the Let's Play. I always remember those dudes that would make fun of Let's Plays. And there was always the moment, inevitably, where if you were alone, helps if you have somebody to bounce stuff off of. But there's always that moment where they'd stop and they just have nothing to say, but like Mario's still jumping through the level, and they'd be like, "Whoa, do, 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 do," and then the people immediately go like, "What a nerd! He ran out of things to talk about, and now he's just singing the tune." And I'm like, "There's no tune here. There's nothing for me to sing, man. It's just my own rambling. It's just me talking to the wind." Slowly turning into a Hunter S. Thompson impression. We're 14 miles out of Barstow when the ink began to dry. I looked over and I said, "I feel a bit lightheaded. Maybe you should drive." I don't know. That dude's weird. And I read a couple of his books, but like they're funky. They're a funky read, especially now. Someone said Beetlejuice. Oh no. So it's just this. This is what I'm gonna do for a month. I'll slowly do this. Could do some animation. I think. Well, we certainly will. Today, I think we'll just keep working on inking this. The ink work on this issue is well, not basically. It's not basically done. But a lot of it's done. And in fact, these are not most of the pages. These are the last couple. I think there are 6 left to do. Well, it's like 40. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm not good at keeping track of things. I like the emoji. What do you wanna sketch of? I lost track trying to draw Batman that I didn't hate. The problem is when it's a thing I like care about, and then I'm like, no, I should do a good job. Oh, that sounds bad. I mean, orchid. Oh, like the flower, an orchid. Secret fact: I can barely read. Yeah, sure. No, I can do that. I can try and draw anything. Yeah. Let me yeah, all right. Alright. I figure out an orchid. The other ones were all like figure characters. This is like, draw a funky flower. I had to look at some orchids for a second. Here, let's... Boop. Look, chat, it's you! Alright. Just like... How many petals does this thing have? Blue. Funky. Alright, yeah. Alright. Boop. It's got a funny sort of middle piece. How would you draw this? The only flower I feel like I ever can draw with like any sort of reasonable confidence is like a lotus, because I kept drawing all those magic cards. Alright. This is a funky looking flower. It doesn't really kind of pop the way you think it would. Got this kind of funky likeness, and it's got this like a double thing opening. Try not to say anything. Let's try not to make Georgia O'Keeffe proud. I'm drawing like a little branch because I didn't really know how to draw like just one flower and have it. I'm really trying to think of like composition and pose seems funny when you're drawing a thing with no limbs, but, you know, how does your whole drawing kind of look? Let's get a flower that's kind of pointed this way, and one that's kind of pointed that way, and one that's a little bit over here, and a little bit over there, and twisted. How do they kind of bloom? Could we throw in like a... Whoa, they got like weird pods. Could we throw in like a couple of weird pods? Because that's like a baby flower. They kind of pop out, not too much. How much do they sit? They kind of sit pretty low on their branch. Not the craziest thing. Huh. They're usually like over water. We can do a little bit of stuff. I don't know if they're usually over water. All the Google images I looked up had them kind of over water. Can have them going over here. Try and get a little bit darker on the branch they're on. A little bit of grass coming out of the water. A rock or something. This is the most Bob Ross, I guess. Let's just have a happy little rock in the distance. And some shrubs. Oh, I love a shrub. Yes, and what if we just put a happy little bush back here? Oh, yeah, that's what I want. Happy little bush. Why is my Bob Ross so British? Oh, yes. More rocks. More rocks. Triangular rocks. You know, a rock can be any shape. Just a happy little flower. Oh, sitting over the river filled with rocks and twigs. Yeah, there you go. There are some orchids. Yeah, there we go. Now it's in frame. There you go. How many of these have I actually done? I got Orchid. We got a Batman that I barely like. We got Phil Fogley out. Cool. And a baseball explanation. Yeah. I'm glad. I'm glad this is fun. I feel like I'm just asking to do Bob Ross impressions for the rest of my life, being like, let's do an art stream. Let's do an art stream where I'll just draw whatever. I feel like that's the invitation to, like, you should draw some happy little trees. I don't mean to be mean. Like, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, feels very Bob Ross-esque to do any... Don't do a lot of landscapes. And in fact, the comic book I made, the only landscape so far seems to be a hellish wasteland desert, where I mostly just draw Joshua trees. So it's not exactly a thing. Not a thing I avoid, it's just a thing I seem to not encounter on my own volition. This is going okay. We're hanging out. We're doing the thing. We're drawing this book. It'll be done, and then you'll go, whoa! That's crazy. And I do worry about all the guttural noises I make. All the gastrointestinal whirlwind that is my life. But you know, that's part of being alive. Oh, dude. Like, drawing like a cartoon character is one thing. Try to do like a good caricature or even like a good portrait. And I'm drawing this kid. Is like, I don't know if I don't think I have the skill to do that in 2 minutes that I am sure has never been 2 minutes. Dear God, Keanu Reeves. Kevin, you did follow me when I was like reading comic books and not doing this, so if you want to request a thing, I will do it. And if it has to be Keanu Reeves, I will do it. But that's a thing I'm telling you now, I do not think I can do well. Like, we are constantly stretching the limits of my ability. This is not a place of, oh yeah, I'm great, I've been doing this forever. This is like a, how do I force myself to draw every day and like do something with that? Oh, is that a tangent? Does that matter? Do you guys know what tangents are? I'll explain eventually. So you generally don't want, when you're doing heavy outlines, actually when you're doing anything, but you really notice it when you're doing like heavy outlines. You don't want lines to kind of overlap. You are in complete control of what is happening. You can screw around with whatever, you can make anything happen in whatever way you really want. So one thing that's always a problem that you need to be looking out for are screwing up and doing something that has a tangent in it. This one will actually be fast. So say you got your guy and he's wearing his cool sunglasses. What a cool guy. Yeah. Yeah, he's got the Cal Arts mouth. And he's got the line of his sunglasses, like arm things, yeah, lines up with the horizon. Oh, now he looks weird. Why is that part of his sunglasses, like, in line with the horizon? That's no good. Now he looks strange. And he is also, he's holding a ice cream bar. I don't know, I couldn't think of anything. Oh, what a delicious ice cream bar. But oh no, the ice cream bar completely overlaps with the back of this car. Oh, now it looks like he's taking a bite out of the car. Why would he do that? Oh no. So this is kind of what I mean by tangents. When things line up in a way that makes them read weird, and you're like, oh, what is happening here? Is that guy hand is that guy's hand like part of the horizon? Is it part of this machine he's behind? Why is he gonna take a bite of this ice cream car? So those are the more extreme examples. It sort of ruins your visual consistency. Well, yeah, Kevin, there was Keanu Reeves. No, I can't do that to my man, Kevin. I can't make a crap example and be like, yeah, there you go, Kevin. That's your thing. This has been 5 attempts making a Batman. That's what you get. So, any event, you want to try and plan to avoid those when you're doing like reference photos or trying to do like figure drawing or things. People naturally make tangents all the time. Fingers are the worst. Fingers will often like overlap and then it's like, oh cool, why, if I was drawing this, why would it look like I have 3 fingers? Because my index finger just entirely overlaps with my middle finger. So when you do figure drawing and stuff, you have to go, well, that's not actually what he's doing, but I'm just gonna move this over here so that it like reads better as his hand. Like there's a lot of that. You fiddle with things so they read better. Want me to do ice cream cars? I mean, I can make up an ice cream car if you want. That's actually a thing you want. You can think about it, Kevin. It doesn't need to be right now. If you want ice cream cars, I will draw you an ice cream car. I was just trying to make an example of like, here's a square thing overlapping with another square thing, and so it looks kind of wrong. Here's a thing where the line lines up with a thing that they're unrelated, so now they look related, and it's wrong. That's kind of what I'm going for. One thing that always screws me up is when you try and draw like I don't want to say pretty girls, but like one thing that helps you draw girls that have some kind of appeal. I'm digging a hole. I need to make the necks longer on people. I often give everyone kind of a short neck for no reason, and short arms. And it's much better to go over on that than it is to go under. That line doesn't make any sense. See, I also hate doing ears because I feel like I screw them up all the time. So sometimes we just go, oh man, this whole ear, the inside of the ear is almost all in shadow. Why is it like that? Oh no. I like doing these like round cartoon ears, and then I screw them up, and then I'm like, oh no, why is this whole ear in shadow? Oh man, here's the thing, pretending to be another thing, disguised as another thing. Oh, that's the Robert Downey Jr. thing, right? I recognized it when I mumbled it. I mean, kinda. It makes things seem like they are related, but they don't. But they're not supposed to be, so it's kind of weird and wrong. You see them a lot in like stuff. Things get past people. My favorite mistake I see a lot. All right, we're gonna use old Keanu for a thing. My favorite mistake I see a lot, and it's not technically a mistake. Nothing's technically a mistake. When you're making a comic book, and you have your page, and you go, alright, well, let's have 2 panels that are like kind of longer panels over here, and then 1 panel over here, and then, I don't know, something like, whoa, crazy. So this is a hypothetical comic book page. So the problem here is that when you're reading it, you go, alright, first panel, I know what to do. I'm over here, we're going well. Second panel, ooh, this one's a funky panel because it's like a triangle. But I still know top, left to right. This one's both at the top and in the left. So, okay, I'll do this one, and then I'll read this one. Alright, cool. Now I'll read this panel because it's lower and to the left. And then I'll read this panel. And all along, this panel was left behind. This is a mistake. It's not ruining, it's not like terrible, but it ruins the flow of how people read your stuff. It's to fall in this thing I call the panel trap. And it happens constantly. People are constantly wanting to put 2 panels next to 1 panel, and it just doesn't work. You get stuck. You never want to have to ask someone which is more important, top to bottom or left to right. And when you do that, that's kind of the question you ask. I don't know, another funny mistake I see. I will call it a mistake. I will be that bold. To all 5 of you, thank you. For 6 of you, thank you. Thank you for hanging out, watching dumb art lessons from a guy who's not actually very good at this. Aspiring to be good at this. But you know. And another thing. I think I made a slight mistake, but I'll fix it eventually. The answer to that is actually keep pressing on. Do all these nice little lines. Lady flying a plane. Oof. Alright. We're getting there. This is one that will take a while, and I know will take a while, and we'll have like one word balloon on it, so I know people will look at it and flip on by. The dude that messes me up is watching other people read Akira. That sounds weird. And it's such like a wild such a wild like dredge of sorrow is watching most other people read Akira. Because you read Akira, what is it, Katsuhiro Otomo? I'm surprised I remember that. Also, I could be wrong, so it shouldn't be that surprised. But he's a dude that draws fantastic buildings and environments, and everything's highly detailed, and he will do these wonderful establishing shots where he's figured out all his perspective. My glasses fell off. He's figured out all his perspective. He's put windows on every window in every building, and there's no word balloons on the page. It's just an establishing shot. Hold on. Here, I'll be back. Wait just a minute. I'm back. I'm back. No. It's a ruse. It's a trick. Alright, in any event. So, here's Akira. There's a lot of pages like this. I really just want to make the thing bigger. That won't work. Will that work? Just hold it up. Alright. There's a lot of pages like this. A bunch of panels, bunch of things going on. And people, you invariably have to read this kind of slowly. There's a lot of words, characters are talking, they respond. This is just a panel of somebody's head, so that you have a context of who's talking. Another panel, somebody's head, who's talking. Don't want to lose my place. Should not be hard. Well, classically. Oh, look at the first page. The first real page of this book. There are no words. Look at this giant thing. Look at all the little bits of lightning, all the little bits of building he drew. This has some words in it. You kind of get pulled out. He drew a map, man. It's hard to tell. Alright, let me find you a page that's high contrast. You actually tell what's happening. Like, look at this. This whole action scene on the right page. There are no words. There's crush, but like, yeah. So there's no dialogue, there's nothing. And when I implore you when you read stuff like this, I'm standing up so I'm closer to the table camera. I implore you when you read stuff like this to take just a breath and like acknowledge that, like admire like, oh, the three caricatures. Look at how not only is this like water tower thing buckling and breaking, but you can see all the things that were holding it in place snapping apart. You can see the structure underneath it crumpling. And like, what? That made a weird sound. Oh, hell yeah. Is that what that says? I don't know. Thank you for following, Hala. Why can I barely read? Alright. Thank you for following. If you would like a quick drawing, I will do that. Just chat what you want me to draw. But still, you look at this page, you have like this burst of fire, you have these wonderful speed lines. It's not really speed lines. You have these wonderful lines that are like showing how things are moving, characters being thrown in the air, thrown through that building. But anytime I watch somebody else read this comic, they get to this page, they go, oh, boy, it disappears. Things breaking. Oh, somebody noticed. Oh, okay. Oh, run. Hey, I'll read all the words. Run? Yeah. Oh no, stuff's happening. Look at that. Oh no, it fell. And then they zip by, and I'm like, no, man. You gotta take in. Think of how long... It was. I got it right. Think of how long Katsuhiro Otomo sat at that desk going, how is this water tower going to break? How is it going to crumple under its own weight? What things are going to snap as it just drips down? And you're going to look at it, register water tower broken, and then move on. You gotta... This is a long way of me telling you to stop and smell the roses on these things that take a lot of effort. That's what I think about as I ink this cockpit. I think about inking each little rivet and each little button and each little gauge. And the whole time I'm going, I know what's on this page. It's this person going like, hey, you ever been to this place? And him being like, no. Like maybe a sentence worth of dialogue. And I know in my brain... I know in my heart, people are just gonna go, oh, cool, plane. Wham. So I implore you. Thanks. That is very nice, Hala. But like, that is a thing that will be lost on many people. Even like comic book people still will zip on through. We'll get there. The devil's problem with this, it's just a thing I just sort of say that's not really a saying. But the trick of this is that even though this takes a long time and you make it nice, and out of the people that read your comic, maybe 5% of them generously will like stop and admire the rivets and things. If you did this badly, if you had a crummy looking cockpit that felt empty and didn't feel mechanical, you lose something. You can tell that with those, like, I don't mean to keep harping on them. A lot of those 90s comics, they were asking too much of those guys all the time. And that's when background started to go, that's when machines started to stop making sense, start just becoming like masses of junk. Everyone complains about the costumes not making sense. And costumes don't make any sense because you're sitting there going like, how does this work? Why would anyone choose to wear this? Why would anyone like... Alright, some of the costumes were silly, but now we're at the age of like Dark Knight Batman, where he's explaining why the costume's silly. The minute that Frank Miller goes, I'm going to explain why Batman, a ninja man, dressed as a bat, wears a thing of yellow on his costume, that's when we were screwed. The minute he felt like he needed to justify why Batman does a dumb thing, that was the minute that we were all in trouble. And by we all, I mean people who read comic books too much. So in any event, in The Dark Knight Returns, there's a part where Batman gets shot and his big yellow chest symbol And he goes, "Aha, I put a piece of Kevlar just there. Exactly there, thinking that every criminal will aim for the big target on my chest. That way when I get shot in the chest, I will live as Batman." And, like, first off, that's some Frank Miller logic. But beyond that, just the need to be like, no, I need to explain why he does this dumb thing. Which is bad. You didn't. You made it worse by explaining it. It's a mess. Have you guys been enjoying my soapbox of yelling about comic books to no one in particular? I made her thumb too long. Now it looks weird. Like a too long thumb. Well, Hayla, if you would... Hayla, if you would like a quick drawing, I will do that. If you follow, you get a 2-minute sketch of something. I can't promise it'll be good, but I promise I will try. We're getting there. A lot of slowly applying ink over and over. That's how it goes. And everybody gets a little bit of ink. You know, I watched that JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and ever since then I just want to draw everyone with like protruding sternocleidomastoids, that like big gnarly muscle that runs along your neck and connects down to your rib cage, goes up like behind your ear. But in JoJo's they're always like, "Oh no, my stand!" And then they're like become less and less coherent as this goes on. The big muscle you think of is like the big on the side of the neck muscle. That's what that is. We're getting there. Drawing boy. Drawing a boy. That boy is flawed. Trying a little bit of hatching on this bowl she's got. Draw a little bit of the rings under the wizard kid's eye. Oh man. I mean I can, if you would like that. I don't really know how to pose a sword. Do you want like a guy with a sword or just like a sword? Just a beautiful sword. Okay. How to draw a beautiful sword. So the first inclination I have is to draw like a diagram sort of thing, and that's not good. You want to think like, well, a sword, you know, you start up here. Ooh. Okay, you got your hilt. You got your handle. You got a pommel. Ooh, draw the blade. But like, that's not. Realize how overblown that is. That's not really what you want. You want like something grand, something that feels interesting. What's something that's interesting? Could do like some Arthurian legend if you don't mind. If you don't mind me taking a little bit of liberty. There will be a sword here. A beautiful sword. I'm not a sword guy. I'm thinking like, think of like sword reference, just like Zelda and Zelda. Longer than you'd think, though, like, you get your kind of funny bit. You start having your wrapping. A little bit of heavier black around there. Could have bits of wind in the air. It's grass, rocks. Everything's got grass and rocks. Some trees. With some bushes. A little bit of leaf on the air. Happy little friend. Maybe another rock. Another thing. Bushes, shrubs. A moon. Ooh, a spooky moon. Moon probably didn't need to. I'm gonna get rid of the moon. Whenever I go, ooh, spooky moon, that's we've gone off track. Alright. I don't really know how much of a beautiful sword this is. I just sort of did a, you know, like an Arthurian sort of something. Oh, wait. The mountain doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I like draw a nice sword. I'm like, oh boy, I can draw an okay sword and a rock with some nice things around it. I don't really know how to draw a nice sword. I hope that counts. Back to seeing how this goes. Yeah, just a draw. I feel like that's much more exciting. It's the like kind of quick sketch sort of thing than the like nice slow inking. But you know, slow inking is. I'm gonna move this for a second. Beware. That even change it? Oh, do we have the mobile camera? Oh no. Alright, well. Yeah, so that's always the thing. It's like, oh, nice. I lost my train of thought and I tried to fake that I did not, and we failed. Alright. Well, I don't know. Those seemed fun. Those seem like more fun than just like drawing whatever. Looking at me draw a thing I wrote and I'm making. It's like, I don't know who these characters are. I don't understand this airplane. It's like, yeah, I know. But we'll get there. At some point you might. I get it. Did not occur to me till now, but this is like a giant ad for my like silly indie comic. I guess that's okay. There are worse things than like, watch me make a thing. Now that you've watched me make the thing, would you like to read the thing? It's like, oh, alright. That's okay. I don't know. I've been really pushing myself to like finish this, and as I get closer and closer to the end, I'm like, what? Barely anybody reads this. I should really like work on animation and stuff. I got a bunch of animation things to do too. And for some reason I made this a priority, probably because I like it more than it really should be a priority. But yeah. Alright. So I think next time we'll do more animation. And as much as I'm not good at drawing, ooh boy, you can't wait till I am drawing and also have to make it move. That's when things get that's when things change. That's when the game is upped. That's when the levels become unlevel. Monsieur, I do not know French, and I refuse to learn. Watch my descent into madness after one stream. Alright. We're gonna fix a little thing. We gotta get that ink off. So, Might be hard to tell. Made this dumb mistake where her arm over her right arm over her hip doesn't really make any sense. So, well, it's got a little bit of extra stuff. So we're gonna take this, a #1 boy, Manga White Deleter 2, the sequel to the successful Manga White Deleter 1. I don't know if that's true. We will take this. It's like a goopy whiteout that I quite like. And we will take this, we will apply it simply to the area that offends us. What was black is now white again. Aha! Can you say delicioso? The beautiful thing about this airplane, and I genuinely mean this, well, there's two things. One is that the cockpit looks like the Millennium Falcon. I believe the Millennium Falcon is mildly based off of this airplane. That sounds like a bit, I'm serious. This is like a World War II era airplane. They would actually, like, if you're gonna try and make a thing look like a thing, that's something they would do. The other thing I was gonna say is that because this is so old and so things so few people have ever been inside of, little mistakes don't really matter. There have been plenty of times where I've just put like the throttle in the wrong spot, and then later on it's just in a different spot because I looked it up and I was wrong. I was just like, oh, dang, that's not where that goes. That's how it goes. Sometimes you're like, well, I gotta draw some fancy machinery. I kind of want to draw it accurately, but it really doesn't matter if I draw this accurately. That is not an uncommon thing to happen. It's the nice little scritchy scratch. What's going on? Hey buddy, what's going on? We're getting there. It'll be cool by the end. It'll be a cool looking airplane. A real planicle. Yeah, it'll be something. Who knows? Who knows? Who cares? Well, if there was ever a time to just hang out at home and make comic books or watch someone else make a comic book, I would recommend this time, and I would recommend this channel. Not in good conscience, but out of a self-serving nature. Ever think about that? Just like, well, I have a channel, but like, I'm well aware that there are other channels that are better. I don't really even know what I'm bringing to the table. But I am here, and I am a legitimate option. There are other art streams with somebody who will talk less. I do not like the sound of my own voice, but I abhor the sound of silence. It is maddening to me, maddening to the heart. Well, you know, I talked about here for the banter. That's good. You know, I talked about, well, inevitably you will put your palm into the ink. It's not big, but inevitability has come true, my friend. And the streams have been crossed. I'm glad you're here for the banter. Banter between me and my slowly crumbling mind. Damn it. That one got stuck on the paper. That wasn't my fault. It's not my fault. Ugh. Lettering words is always a thing that I'm not the best at. In fact, I have on many occasions attempted to hand letter this or other comics and just been entirely unable to make a hand lettering that I don't think is terrible. That's why my last comic used a font, even though I bothered to do this whole thing in pen and ink like a proper old comic book boy, and then pick a font like a modern day manga man, because my handwriting sucks and I'm aware of it, and so I have to sit here being like, I wish I could hand letter this, wish I could trust someone else to hand letter it, but I can't and I don't. It's a real shim sham shame, that guy. Real shimbo shrambo. Well, we are getting there. We're doing some nice art. Some cool comic book going on. Yeah, I think tomorrow we're going to do animation. Animation should be somehow more lively and less lively at the same time. I will have more things to talk about and be less qualified to talk about them than ever. crazy, right? Well, we'll get there. This is coming along all right. Still need to fix her nose. But I can't. God damn it. Well, this was also inevitable, but much more disappointing, and about as bad as these usually get. I put my hand in the wet ink on the word click, and now we have a wet smudge. Now we have a wet catastrophe. Alright, well. Let's fix that. That brush is over here. Alright, let's fix this. Yes, smudge is used loosely here and not ink rupturing. But the first thing you should learn in art, and I genuinely mean this, because not only is it true, it helps you be more bold in the things you make. That you can fix anything. This is a world where there is always more whiteout. You can make a patch. You can fix it in Photoshop. The minute you commit, you can uncommit immediately. And I think that's important. I know it sounds ridiculous, but like, even after things are published, you can still screw with them. You can still, like, fix things you don't like. You know, drop a can of ink on this whole page, and it would take a while. But you could make it good. Could bring it back, and then by the time it's back, and it's in print, because sometimes you can't tell with the original, but, like, if it's in print, fucking nobody knows. Nobody knows that. Nobody besides you will ever know that I screwed all this up and put my hand right in the wet ink of click. It's wild, eh? I think it's fun. I enjoy knowing that. I think it's important to remember. Alright. It's not perfect, but it's got the whiteout I need, and then we can clean up the edges of click again with the pen again. We'll get there. This'll get there. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Close with that. I'm gonna take a bite of this potato. Hey, and we're back. Alright, so we go back up to this word clip. Carve out the edges again. And there we go. Really? Tiny bit. This guy is just dripping. Alright. I'm gonna hold off on that for a minute. Let's try and wash this guy out because his flow is all wrong. Ah. Alright. Yeah, alright. Okay. Dip our pen back in. I feel like the pen overflowed when I tried to fix ink after. So we may have to even fix it again, which is fine. These things are not big deals. It's important. I'm no Picasso, and we are not working on any Picasso pieces, man. And even then, Picasso, we hold him in high regard, but even then, he was sitting there being like, yeah, whatever, I will put my cigarette out on this painting. It is meaningless to me. Oh, it is ready. Here you go. Oh, I've dropped paint over it. I will cut out this whole part and redo it again. Art is by necessity a destruction of medium. Once I am done with this page will be worthless for any sort of other page-like things. It is just paper, and the paper must be sacrificed. A little bit of hatching, I think it looks nice. Clean up that line so it looks more flowing. Thicken it up. There we go. Yeah, we're getting there, buddy. Yeah. See, it's all good. Now we're at the mellow section. We're getting nice and mellow. Hanging out, everybody. Yeah, that's what you want. That's what you need. Doing tiny pieces of brushwork. Brush. Sometimes I do that whistling thing. I don't mean to do it. I get there. I'm still getting there. Oh, to smudge. be. To live is to smudge. To smudge is to be. Thank you for everybody still hanging around. I plan on doing a lot of these, whether they go well or not. We're gonna do a lot for a while, and if anything cool happens, we keep going. And if they're never really turn into something, we quit and we blame the system. We go, well, this was rigged from the start, this son of a bitch. They never wanted me to succeed at all. How dare they? Don't they know I'm an American? Don't you know that I'm an American? Jesus. Sometimes I just start saying stuff. I'm like, why am I trying to fill this dead air? But like, air is dead, Fred. What's the Pulp Fiction line? Where he says somebody's dead. Bruce Willis tells somebody they're dead. Fred's dead, man. I can't remember it, damn it. If you know, like, comment, and subscribe. This is a battle of inches, man, and I know that. But still. There's a lot of inches on here. A lot of hard 1 inches. How it goes. That's the life, man. It's the life of the stream. That's the dream of the meme, right? Life of the stream, the dream of the meme. Remember when somebody explained to you what the word meme meant? I can. I'm not the youngest fellow around anymore, but you know. So I was in middle school. Jesus. Yeah, I guess. I was in middle school and it was like... maybe like 2001, 2002. That couldn't be 2002, maybe. And somebody was explaining it as like an art challenge sort of thing. It's like, whoa, check out this meme. And I'm like, what does that mean? What is that word? It's wild, man. It's a wild, wacky world we live in. That we dream, man. That's the life. That's the dream. Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for hanging around as much as you do, as much as you want. Just gonna keep working on this. Probably till it's done. Force myself to finish this bottom panel at least. This top panel also has a bunch of shit in it, but I kind of want to hit him with the brush. But nah, now that I look at it, I think I already did at one point. Wild, man. You can just broadcast your life, make your own show. It's crazy. It's a crazy thing you can do. How's this working? I don't even know. I said I was only going to do these on weekdays. I think I should do them today. I think I should do them on the weekend just this once, at the very least. To try and build up some sort of momentum, because otherwise we ain't gonna have any momentum. We're gonna run out of steam upon steams. Well, dream upon steam to me. I don't know, man. Where do you even show an indie comic now? I used to think you'd go to the conventions and stuff, and like you bring them to comic book stores, and like as much as they'll let them sit there, people never bought them. So it was like the real thing was you go to a convention, you get to talk to people, you get to sell them. So sell them on it, literally. I mean, be like, hey, here's my thing. It's real cool. You know me. I'm nice. Hey, how we doing? What's up, Buckaroo? I'm your friend. Don't you want to check out my sweet indie comic? And now it's a barren hellscape, for lack of a better term. Things are bad and wild. Don't really know what to do with that, because I finished my first indie comic thinking like, well, things aren't so bad. They're gonna get better. I'm sure by the time I'm done with this, we'll be out of this whole corona thing. It'll be a dream in the past. What a wacky week that was. Fucking hell, dude. Everything's canceled and everybody's sick and everybody's dying. It's all bad, nothing's good. I'm sitting here drawing alone. Started a Twitch 'cause I can't leave my home. Yep. Some dark days, man. Some sad news, some sad dudes. But that's how it goes, I guess, sometimes. Nobody thought that would happen. Like, nobody would have chosen us. But I wanted to make a comic. I wanted to, like, try and show people, introduce people, meet art folk and stuff. And now, I only do that online. That's the only way to do it at all. So, try and do it online. Well, nothing good about that. Not what I would have picked. If you can't tell, I have a certain kind of charm that gets lost in a email. Hey, pick me, I'm fun. Look at me do wacky voices. Look at me Twitch streaming away. Oh, I'm totally on that, like, look, there are times where I'll just say anything, where I'm just like, hey man, I need your vote, I need your sale, I need your compliance. Yeah, who knows? Shit's crazy, maybe, who knows? What could be happening? I got a weird message from my streaming thing. Alright, so it's like, there are times in my life where I'm like, alright, I gotta go with the flow. I don't want to fight this guy. I just want to get him to do whatever I'm doing, and then it'll work. Let me tell you something. The difference between 4 and 5 viewers on this Twitch channel is not the thing we're gonna get into. That's not worth fighting my morals for. Getting like one more sale. Nah. But like, I don't know. It's just like some dude on Twitch being like, you should really know that coronavirus 19, or as I like to call it, the China flu, is actually a hoax from China. I think you look like a real idiot right now. I'm like, dude, I haven't banned anyone yet, but that doesn't mean I won't. So that's my COVID truther plan. My official COVID truther stance. I haven't banned anyone yet, but that doesn't mean I won't. Yeah, that's not bad. I wish I could say that this is an outlier, that most of these pages aren't this detailed or complex. Most of them aren't this detailed, but most of them are kind of this detailed. And that's gonna be a crumb bummer son of a bitch to get through. But we've gotten through this many. It's a couple more, really. How bad can it be? Yeah, it'll be fine. There's something kind of fun to this. That's a question I always think is funny. Is people go like, oh man, is it fun making art? And I'm like, Sort of. What, you can't subscribe? Oh my god. Oh, maybe you might not be able to subscribe until I have more followers, because Twitch is like, you have to get to a certain point where I think you have to have 50 followers and like do a couple other things, and then they're like, oh, you're probably not a scam. And unfortunately, we're not at the not a scam section yet. Also, I can't have I don't know then. Maybe it's something weird. But till then, let's just hang out. Let's draw. Drawing it up. What would you even want me to draw for that long if you subscribe, dude? That's what I put on all my applications, all my job applications. Probably not a scam. So like, one thing I find funny is I would label, I don't remember if I was doing it or if this was automatic on my like iPhone, cellular phone, fancy boy bullshit. When you get telemarketer calls, iPhone would label them not as a number, but it would just go scam likely. And I'd go, oh no, my friend, scam likely? What's he doing now? He's calling during dinner. Oh no, I hope everything's okay. So I always think of in my head as like, it's like the opposite of a porno name. It's like, well, what's my like clearly not a reputable man name? Scam likely. So the irony is I think scam actually kind of sounds like a name. Maybe just because it sounds like Sam. But you know, some poor folks out there named Scam are just like, no, but I just wanted to make a call. Oh, it's the face. Wait. Can draw him. Gutex has a little bit of stubble when he was the Pog champ. Scam likely is the name of the blue elephant in Star Wars. Oh no. There you go. This is my contribution to Twitch. Pog. That was barely a story. Do I have any good stories? What's a good story? I don't know if I have any good stories off the top of my head. I need something in there. I'm a real Twitch streamer now, because Kevin cut out of the story. No. No, Kevin, no. Oh, I'm sorry. It's fine. None of my stories are that interesting, and I'm sure you've heard some of them. Real trick is you come here for the weird. You have twitched. I'm doing it, guys. I'm the website. That was that's a terrible joke. I'm sorry. It's like my father. This is a way to, like, so they mediate the things you can do until you have more followers, but there is a way to get your own emotes, right? That's not how it's pronounced. It's not. Oh yeah, I used an emote. Like emote. Don't matter. Either one. This is secretly where I'm an old man, as I say things like emotes. This is just like me losing my mind having not talked to anybody for a long time. I don't know, we're getting there. I did in fact animate. Yeah, I'm gonna see if this works. Blech. Tell me if this shows up. But the little animation when somebody follows or subscribes that shows up is a rat I animated doing a big sneeze, and I was proud of that. Yeah. I drew this rat doing a sneeze. I don't know if it came up for you, but it came up for me. I thought I came up with... No. Well, that's not a stock image. I actually made that rat. I actually have to make more of that rat. So at some point we will do more rat animation on here. But that'll be something. Some fine rat animation. That's what the people are asking for. I guess. You know, I make fun of it. I didn't like her nose, so I'm whitening it out. I make fun of it. But there's a little man by the name of Walt Disney who got really far on the back of a cartoon rat. And boy howdy. If anybody was a success story about how far you can get on a back of a cartoon rat drawn by another guy, it is Walter J. Disney. More of this is not drawn in. Okay, this is a yeah, it's a well, I have both kind of. We have this, which I think I do use a reasonable amount of the time, which I do believe is like a buy at the Staples whiteout. It's just like in a pen form, but yeah. And then I have the fancy boy manga deleter, which is what I do most of the stuff with, because it's not so much that it's thicker or that it's better, it's that drawing over it doesn't fight you as much. Drawing over whiteout often will, like, doesn't work very well. Like, it clogs your pen and it fights you the whole time. I know some guys, rather than using any kind of whiteout, will just use white acrylic. Like white acrylic paint. And it's just like, yeah, that works, I'll use that. But, I did not go on that road. We chose a different path. Here's the real question I genuinely want to know. How well can you see the screen? How well can you see the art and the table in this? Because, like, that's the thing I was the most concerned with, as I felt like it was hard to make out any kind of detail. And this work is, like, all detail work. Should I zoom in or just lower the camera, do you think? The camera is very high. That's probably better, right? It takes up more of the frame, as far as I can tell. Alright. Go with this. I think this is good. How well could you see the like quick drawing stuff? Because I feel like the black ink is easier to photograph at least, and that some of the lighter pencil might have been hard to tell what was happening. Yeah, fair enough. Maybe I need to change the white balance if I'm gonna light it up that much, but yeah, it's something. Doing good. Invariably there will be some kinks. It's about getting through them and not letting them make me look like a damn fool. Well, we're getting there. We'll certainly finish this comic. And then I can go, look at my comic book, it's better than the last one. And people would be like, why is it so weird? Why is... The main thing I worry about is it's paced weird, because international following afterwards. Yes, that is true. Somehow, some dude in China was like, ooh, art. Traditional. Yes, my international following can only grow. I don't know how much that's gonna be representative of what keeps happening, but you know, I wouldn't be upset. I'd just mostly be confused. I mean, that's something. That's pretty good. I feel like magic stuff's hard because it's like, it's cool, but it's very niche-y. Like, people who don't read comics still kind of get what's happening. They're like, oh yeah, drawing, cool pens. Maybe they'll hang out for a bit. People that don't get magic aren't gonna like chill out in an old school stream for very long. So I think that's, I will have the natural advantage in that situation. But no, this is going well, I think. And it can only, I mean, it'll keep going. I'll keep doing it. I was gonna say it can only go better, but I don't necessarily know if that's true. And I want the microphone to sound better, and I feel like I don't have a good way to actually tell what it's sounding like as I'm doing it. You kind of get what the video looks like. You can look at it, but not listening to myself. Maybe I should be. I see some people stream with big headphones on. Maybe that's what they're doing. Like an old radio DJ. Do a morning zoo format. Oh well, I do have one sound button I can hit.
Initiate protocol H, you blundering boob!
A soundboard of one. Are any of those Zoo Crew people still even working? I thought like most of them got fired. I know like Kevin and Bean got fired and people were like, whoa, how dare you, but finally? What's up, everybody? It's Buster and Sleazy Joe on the Slime. Come at you at LFM 93.4. The Slime. Did I say that already? You sure did. Oh, well, god damn it, I hate this. Whoa, well, on our next roundup, we have local celebrity Trash Boy. Whoa, coming in for Trash Boy. Look how that's a genre of like everyone admits is bad. How many people do you know who are like Brooklyn guy talked to one. I don't know if I could switch my brain that fast. Alright, well, here we go. We got a morning news crew situation. I don't know how I got here. What's the London dude sound like? I feel like they're the same voice, and my London guy just had a Brooklyn accent. I'm like trying to rack my brain of how they're different. Why is it every fucking morning zoo is like somebody and a noun? Who thought that was a good idea? Also, whoever wanted to be the noun? Who was like, my life is to be the butt to JJ and the butt? Come on down to JJ and the butt. We each have two Beetlejuices within us. One Alex Brightman and one Michael Keaton. One regular, one tropical. I think you have to get like not decently popular, but like to that 50 follower mark where they're like, you're most likely not a fraud. You can have the things you think of when you watch a Twitch with a guy who's like actually successful. And I don't know if clipping things is one, but it also might be one. Welcome back to JJ in the Butt, where today we're going to talk about the crisis in the Middle East. So there's this thing I do. Whenever I find a new podcast I like that's been running for a while, yeah, I'm a pod fan, like a fucking nerd. But anytime I find a new podcast I enjoy that's been running for at least a little while, one thing I often do is I'll zoom all the way back to the day that Trump won the election just to see what was their reaction to it. And some of them are brilliant and some of them are just very strange. And that's my second favorite episode of every podcast is let's go to the one where Trump won. Cause like, I don't know, I think of like, what's the first? Oh, always the last one. Whatever happens to be the last episode when they're like, oh, so Greg moved out of town and we got to episode 302, and I'm sorry, but I guess it's the end. Or just like Phil slept with my wife. Now I'm leaving the podcast. And you're like, no, not the podcast. Oh man. But you filled up an hour each day of my week with tidbits and facts and badly planned skits. Remember my favorite recurring gag. All these pants are too loose, never to return. I felt like that when Game Grumps lost their dude. Game Grumps have lost enough dudes now that I can't just say that. When Game Grumps lost their first dude, who since has turned out to kind of be a jackass. But at the time, we didn't know that. I felt like that of like, oh, this is the end of an era for a thing I liked. Somehow the show on YouTube where no one can get like canceled or the series can run out of money somehow had the series run out of money. That's pretty good. Phil slept with my wife, and now Philly Phil and the Sploosh on WPHL, the sounds of Philadelphia.
Initiate Protocol H, you blundering boob!
Will now unfortunately be Philly Phil and no one. That's what it's like. Yeah, it's been a while. I feel like it's been even longer than that because our let's hang out and watch He-Man kind of fell apart when it turned out people hated us for watching He-Man. I mean, I just have it over here. It lives in my house. It lives on my... You take that back. Kevin, do you... You know, all those He-Mans are on YouTube. We could just watch He-Man now. Coming solo in your E-Holos, it's Philly Phil. What's up on the next bracket, Phil? Well, Philip, sorrow. Loneliness. And failure. Kevin, you know how to watch He-Man, right? You sit there and you go, oh my god, look at this, why is this happening? That's how you watch He-Man. It's a ridiculous day. Well, we're doing it. We're here. We are doing it. Whatever it may be, it's happening. This is it. This is what I planned for. Good or bad, this is what we got. Kevin, have you ever watched that the Toys That Made Us show? They have a good one on He-Man about like how ridiculous and cheap everything was. Apparently at one point they just wanted a He-Man special. They're like, all right, cool, we're gonna have an hour-long special to promote He-Man. They went to Filmation, and Filmation goes, whoa, you have this much money? And they're like, yeah, it's not a lot. It's for an hour-long special. And then Filmation goes, we could make 50 episodes out of this. And thus, He-Man was born. I feel like it also does a good job of explaining a lot of the walk cycle hurts to watch. The walk cycle's the best part. You kidding me? When he walks perfectly horizontal to the rest of whatever is happening, that's the best part. Or whenever he gets into a situation where he has to punch the screen, but like in the same exact way he does in the intro. That's the second best part. Oh, man. Yeah. Water. Nature is liquid. Kevin, why don't you like the walk cycle of He-Man? You know, his walk cycle, where he walks from, god damn it. Alright, this one I need to fix. Where he walks from left to right, or right to left. I believe he can do both. Not actually sure, but I'm fairly confident he can. So right now, I'm using the built-in camera on the Macintosh to do the custom emote He-Man walk cycle. Oh, that's pretty good. We could reanimate that too. That'd be a fun one to do. Just like redraw the He-Man walk cycle. So, thing I was gonna say, I decided I was going to make a real go of streaming just a couple days before. Oh boy. In any event, I decided I was going to make a real go of streaming a couple days before a lot of the things I ordered to actually do streaming well arrive. So one of them is a USB splitter, so I can actually use the second camera and not the built-in one in the computer. So at some point in the next week, the face cam should get better. The table cam is actually... It's annoyingly hard to do a good table cam, and I feel like this is about as good as I can really realistically do. The sound I know is the infrastructure is good. It's getting the settings right. This can only get better. Alright, here's a genuine question. I want a genuine answer. Do you think it's worth getting a green screen so that I can kind of float in a transparency so you can see a little bit more of the table? Or is the backdrop fun? The backdrop of flags I had. Well, I wouldn't be floating in a green screen. It would be, you know what it'd be. It'd be green screen back here so that you can see more of the table, so I'm like cut out. So it'd be like, oh, more of the table. Instead of kind of the flag and the square around me that's there right now. It does. So before the Ramones flag went up there, when it was just the California and the American flag, for a moment I realized, oh no, this looks like I'm making like this looks like a terrorist video, but for like California. Like, we will secede. We are our own country. But it's something. I figured it's better than just like a wall or a pile of crap. But like, some successful people float, and some successful people are just have like a nice backdrop or something. I don't think it's a deciding factor. Well, that's good at least. We'll get there. Someone will get there. My pen dried. So one thing, I had never played Fallout before, like any of them. Like I just was not a PC guy, and I started making this comic, and I started looking at like, what are other apocalyptic kind of cool atomic wasteland things, and one that kept coming up is of course Fallout. And so I was going like, all right, maybe we should give this a real shot. Let's try and play a Fallout. Let's see if that'd be fun. And I still don't have a PC that can run any of them, but I do have old consoles that are now 2 generations old that I believe still work. We're not PC guys here either. Phil and the slob. Here comes the slob coming in. And we're back with the slob. Anyway, I was thinking of hooking up the like old PlayStation 3 and buying like Fallout New Vegas from eBay, and just playing through that on here whenever I was like, it's time to play a video game. Let's play a video game that's at least like a thing I don't know and a world I want to see. Instead of me just being like, look how fast I can beat Super Mario Brothers. But maybe that's a bad idea. That also seems like a game where you can get lost and it be annoying. And also be bad at it and be annoying. New Vegas will run on Intel integrated graphics at this point. Just set the draw distance low and geometry low. Well, one thing I also have to consider is, can I run the streaming software and Fallout on the same computer and have one not eat the other? And I don't know if I can, but I know, unfortunately, I do know how to capture from a console. Not always in the best quality, but I do know how to do it. So something. Also, then I have to get Windows to run, or at least like Wine. I'm just not a PC boy. Give me my box. Give me my box that I know runs everything they say it will run. Oh, we'll figure it out. We'll do something. I think we'll be drawing and animating for a while before I'm like, let's do the thing that everyone else does. And instead, let's do an unpopular thing that's kind of interesting. I worry a blind run. Fallout seems like a game where if you don't know what you're doing, it can be annoying to watch. That's my main concern, honestly. Yeah, that was a real... I was checking that too lately. I was like, oh, this is old, and it was a big title. It's gotta be on Linux or Mac, right? No, they don't give a shit. Fuck those guys. You wanna play it on there? That's why we put it on the Xbox, idiot. You got an Xbox? Well, give fuck. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm worried about. Is it's a game where you going in blind is a lot of fumbling. And like the fumbling's kind of fun, but the fumbling might be annoying to watch someone have fun with. You just watch them be like, "Oh, your build is terrible," and be like, "I'm handsome and smart." It's like, you're neither. I'm handsome and smart, and I'm good at the most important skill of all, healing. It's like, oh, how are you gonna kill all the ghouls? I know there are ghouls in that game. Main selling point. Should have put that on the box. Oh, we did it, big baby! Oh! Did you know you can buy followers, primes, and viewers? You just gotta click on a thing. Click on bigfollow.com. Oh! Oh, my dreams! What a garbage! What a garbage thing. Oh, we did it, baby! How do I close this? How don't this close? I need to make this fucking giant. There's an X I can't see or something. God damn it. It's Philly Phil, and I'm here in the past, but also the future. God. Coming live to you from Las Vegas. New Vegas. It's me from the future, but also the past. Welcome to Fallout. Hey everybody. I haven't played this game, so I don't know what I'm doing, but like, hey everybody, it's me, Three Dog. my dad, Liam Neeson. Isn't that 3 where you have to find your dad, Liam Neeson? Oh yeah, yeah, in Fallout 3. I missed that part. All I know about Fallout 3 is it's like kinda cool, but also kinda dumb. Everyone, anytime I look at a thing and I'm like, I wanna try a Fallout, the main consensus I get is none of them are really connected. Like, they're like lore connected, but not narrative connected. So just play New Vegas because that's the cool one. I'm like, okay. So we'll get there. This is a thing I will probably do. It might not be on the stream, but it might be. Who knows? Where's my dad, Liam Neeson? I need to find my dad, Liam Neeson. Wandering the wasteland, looking for Liam Neeson. Hoping for any word of Liam Neeson. Slowly inking, slowly creeping towards completion. Let's say that I still have to get out the brush and redo his hair, and I have to redraw her nose. Yeah, that's kind of what I had gathered. As it was like, New Vegas is probably the best one, but there's a little bit of an argument for some of the, like, what was it, Fallout 2? That's the cool one, but also, But that's like the isometric RPG one. Yeah, poor Odo. I was reading that message for a long time. I got lost. Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing I've always also been told, but that's one I will fight. Is that DS9 is secretly the best Star Trek, but also you gotta get into it, man. You gotta like go with the flow. It takes a while, and I'm like, I'm not dealing with this. I prefer my Star Trek the same way I prefer my Coca-Cola. Original. And from Mexico. Yeah. Hey, good night, Kevin. To be fair, I should also close this out. But, yeah, I think I will. Alright, well, thank you guys for hopping by. I think I'm gonna try and do this tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, then certainly on Monday. But I'll see you guys later. Thank you for coming to the show. No. No, man, no. Alright, I'm gonna... I have like 4 people. This doesn't matter. Alright, I'm gonna see